right, let's jump into the game, and we'll play some Islands of Insight. Looking forward to it. See what happens and where we get to and what we can accomplish. Whether or not I accurately remember the number of mysteries that I had solved, or whether I was still trying to get the 10th one. I know 7 was a milestone also, and I don't remember why. Maybe there was something else inside the pyramid that I needed to do with 7. But, I think I got 10. I think I ended off my last stream with resolving, like, 3 different mysteries in the last hour or something. But, of course, we'll get into it. We'll take stock. We'll figure it out. And then we'll be ready to do whatever it is we're ready to do. Which, I mean, maybe that's pyramid, maybe that's more mysteries, maybe that's something else entirely. Ah, looks like I am ready to go into the pyramid. All right, cool. I set myself up for success. That's exciting. Should I go turn in this Luminous quest? Maybe I should go turn in this Luminous quest? I'm gonna click through some buttons here and make sure there's not anything immediately waiting for me to pick up. Nope. Great. And I believe this mystery count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? Dang! I'm like a golden god of mysteries. I still don't know what's up with Face of Stone. And I never did find that large golden bell. But, we got plenty to do. Alright, I'm gonna go, actually... No, it doesn't work like that. Why not? Why doesn't it work? It should just teleport me. It should just know. Here, take this. And I'll grab this and... maybe I won't grab that. No, whatever. I'll grab this, and then we'll head into the pyramid. Let's go! Pyramid time! Do I remember how to get through here? Is this right? Hey! Impressive work. Alright, now the next question is, do we go up or down? Also, there's this garbage I never solved. I certainly don't go through here. Where else is down? This is just up, but different up. I know there's a place I can continue to go up. It's on the other side here, maybe? This thing? This thing, but slightly higher? Oh, now I get mysterious pyramid noises. I love the soundtrack here. Like, this game is just generally so ambient, and then this particular place is just, like, really foreboding. Yeah, this is it. Requires 10 mysteries. Okay, where's the one that required 7 mysteries? Was that the up one? Maybe the up one was 7. Should probably do the 7 one first, you know? Assuming, you know what? I've got super jumps for a reason. This one's 15? Oh, okay. My mistake. Sorry for bothering you. Guess that one ain't it. Where's the 7 one? I could have sworn there was a 7 one. Maybe the 7 one I already made. Maybe like this, the one place I am in right now, is the 7 one. I'd believe that. All right. 10 mysteries. Let's go. All the way to the bottom. And here we are in someplace new. Was it a shy aura? Oh my god. Where even is it? Is it, like, hidden? And I have to get it by sound alone? Is it in this mess? Oh god, I hate it here. It's just gonna keep doing that all the time forever, isn't it? Oh no, this is such a disaster. Okay. So this works surprisingly well as long as I can get this done first. Okay, okay, I see how it works. So I need to get these two done and then end up here. Perfect. Nope, not there. Nope, not there. I need to be here. So I need to be on these three, or on the, I need to be shifted one over to the right. Is that right? Nope. Nope. That kept me. That's actually the, like, that loop just gets me in the same position. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm literally just going in circles and hoping that it works out. It worked out. Why? Oh, I really don't like that. Alright, we do need to go over here and grab, like, all of these rings at once. That's always exciting. Are there more rings? Actually, can I just go around in circles and get all the rings? Maybe there's more rings in the corners? There's definitely some giant puzzle grids. Which, you know, that's what we're here for. In addition to all of the everything else that we're here for. Solve 90 puzzles. Sure did. Give me the cube! That, and there's one on the other side, right? Like there? Yeah. No. Disaster. Cool, 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 cool. Oh. Oh my god, I'm stuck. Stuck in the hidden gate. Extra stuck in the hidden gate. No! Alright, everything's fine. Everything's fine, no problem. Where the hell is that aura? Oh, I hate it here. Anything else I should do while I am out here or up here or something? Certainly some garbage. I guess I should try and resolve this maze? The maze seems sufficiently dangerous. Like a thing I should... What the hell? There was no ground there? Fascinating. What does this do? Gets me up here, I guess. Okay. What is this? There's more stuff below here? Where do I go down from here? Oh, into there. Sure. This place is scary. There's a lot to do. Okay. So this needs to get here. Wait, no. That's the 2. That needs to get here. This needs to get there, and this needs to get there. And they trace paths. They trace paths. So this needs to cross all the way to here? If this crosses, how do we do the thing? I guess I could put the 2 and the 1 in here. But, like, I can't break up the 3, so... Like, if this goes across... Oh! These are traversable either way. So it just needs to cross at one of those points. Got it. So, like, this can go all the way across. Well, I mean, once it's doing something correct. Like that. And then this can still get across here. As can this. Well, no, they can't both get across there. So it needs to actually cross here. I don't like that, actually. Maybe it needs to cross here? Well, I don't like that either, as it turns out. I don't like any of this. Alright, well, this is the easy one. This can just go wherever. So let's figure these 2 out first. But now only one thing can cross here, so that's not good. That's not gonna fly. This works. Kind of. Okay. But now I need to get the positioning on this right. Because this isn't... That's not good enough, you see. That's a problem. This I feel relatively confident on. This right here, that feels correct. But I don't know what this thing does now. Like, it kind of needs to do that. Or that. Right? But that's, you know, problematic, as they say. Yeah, at some point it's gotta cross here and then do stuff. Oh, I guess the answer is I get this across. And then this can go up that way somehow. 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 Maybe something like this? Like that? Like that would work? As long as the rest of it isn't covered? So maybe like that? Oh, we're in there! We are in there. In there is where we are. This is good. This is good. This is maybe good. That's less good. You see, this is a bit of a problem. Also, this is off-center? This needs to be either rolled 2 that way or rolled 1 to the right, which maybe means this is a disaster. What did I do with this? This. No. There we go. Yeah, that feels pretty good. But this is not great here. I feel like this is still kind of stuck. Maybe we can do it like this? Is this better? That's the right angle, like from here. But it's not at the right position. Like that, not angle. That's the right positioning horizontally, but not the right positioning vertically. Yeah, that's not gonna fly. Hey, that's not gonna fly either. None of this is gonna fly. None of this is flying. 0 flight occurring. Yeah, getting this 3 into the right place is a mess. Maybe I do the 3 first, and then I work the 2 around it? The 3 is certainly the most awkward. But I like this path. So where does this need to be? Here, so upright here, so upright here. Or here. No. Maybe? Maybe? Oh, maybe. Actually, maybe. Because if I do this... there's a way in which this works. Specifically, like, here, here. I roll across to... I roll... I had a mental image. I had a mental image. I think it's like this. Except it needs to be here. So here. So upright here. Ooh. So like this. No, no, I'm so close. It's so close. Here? Here. This. Okay, so this still needs to cross here. Which means this still needs to cross here. Like that. This still works like this, I think. Like this. And then this can just make it? Oh, hell yeah. What's up, Cryptomancer? How's it going? Is that not it? Oh. Everything needs to be covered. Okay, well, I guess this cube has a job to do. It's fine. It's one cube. It can do that job. Oh. Okay. Yeah, Cryptomancer, you have arrived at a very inside the pyramid time in my life. I don't know how well this is working out, but it is slowly, hopefully, working out. Perfect. Yeah, no notes. That's not going to be okay, so we need this to cover more ground. This is perfect. Hitting a bit of the old fuzz. Absolutely, Leftmost Cat. It's, my constant addiction. Took Monday? Nice. Congratulations. I think I did these backwards. I think I did these into the opposite order. Alright, let's get you into position. That's not gonna work. That's gonna work. That's not gonna work. That's gonna work. Oh, Hex Cells is real good. You hadn't found Hex Cells yet? Man, Hex Cells is a good find. Yeah, I think I did these in the wrong order. I did the hard one first. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Oh, well. Oh, this is another, like, gotta cover everything. Almost worked. Classic Jim. Unfortunately true. I hate that, like, classic me is doing things backwards and in the wrong order and making things harder for myself. But yeah, that really is a thing I do surprisingly often. Man, I haven't gone back to Hexels in such a long time. Maybe I should. I had a... What was the other game that I was playing? Tametsi. I was playing Tametsi. And there's still a bunch of Tametsi to play, if I wanted to go back to that. All right. What's the actual plan then here? Like, I guess it's 4, so 2, so 2, so 4? No. Like, this almost works, right? I feel like I need to find some way to get in so it's here, right? So it can go up and then across and then up and then this is trapped, so no. Still not that. Still not that thing that I said. Wow, this is such a mess. Maybe it's like 2, 4. So 2, so 4. Oh, yeah, it's something like this, right? Except... except different. Right, like, I get at this pretty easily, but that's not where we want to be. That's insufficient. How do I get this ending part? How do I fill all of this in? Like, if it's these 4, and then these 2, and then these 2, and then these 4... like, I need to either get these 2 or these 4 at once. Right? Because that's the only way I can fill in this corner. Oh, it could be these 2, I guess, right? These 2, 4... 2, 2, 4. Oh, okay, okay. So it's these 2, which means these 2, which means these 4. So just get up right here. Nope, that's off. Up right here on these 2. Nope, still off. There we go. See, all it takes is doing math, and then everything is easy. You just gotta do enough math, and everything just lines up. Where the hell is that goddamn shy aura? I am going to shoot myself in the head. Alright, how does this garbage work? Okay, yes, so that's these 6, right? And then these 2, and then 2, and then 6. And then absolutely not. That doesn't work even in the slightest. Why would you think that? Okay, new plan. New plan. You keep having games ideas, and it turns out the part of the game you're most interested in making is the math. Yeah, you gotta find a graphics guy, and then, you know, partner up. And you can do the math, and they can do the UI, and everything will be great. All right, so new plan. The new plan is 6 and 6. So then 2 and 6 and 6 and 2. And that works as long as we get this ahead of time. Actually, we could just roll in and get that. So as long as... how do I... No? Nope. Nope. How do I line myself up on the stupid... Something is going wrong. Something is terribly wrong here. Never mind. I've done it. Everything is fine. I hate this game. I hate this game. What the hell? It just... it's still... It's... Okay. Did anything I just did right now, Garrett, look even remotely like a method? Like I had a plan at all? Like I had a goal? I do not think I had a plan. Nope. Nope. Not even in the slightest. I have a vague sense of like, okay, it's 2 on this side and 3 on this side. So I need to roll the 3 a couple of times in order to re-offset the 2. But I still don't have it concepted in my head as to how I'm actually making it happen. Alright, so I like this is 2, then 6. So that's 3, and then 6, and then 3. And then 2, no. No. And then no. That's not going to work. How do we do this, actually? It can't be like 6 and then 3. That's that way madness lies. I guess it could be these 2 somehow? No, I don't think it can, actually. It could be 2, 3, 2. No. It could be... I really feel like I want to do 3 and 2, but I don't think that's a thing I can do. How do I get these 3? Like, what situation lets me do that? This thing doesn't pivot. Yeah, I'd have to actually try it and then remember the results, Garrett, and I'm not that invested. Maybe it's like 6 here and then 2? But then how do I get the 1? How do I get this? 2? Like, I could kind of do, like, 6 and then 3, but then I can't go anywhere, so that's not going to work. So I need to get in here and then roll. I guess it could be 3, 6, and then up. So how do I get this here? I don't. That doesn't seem doable, actually. Maybe it's the other way around. It's 6 and then 3. 6 and then 2. And then 3. Oh, okay. So 6 here actually resolves it. Okay, that's now the right positioning here, but it's still offset. Nope. Nope. Yes. Yes. Okay, this got... This... Okay, at least this time I did it in the right order. So it's... 3... This is like 6? Let's see, I have 6 and 9. That's what I can work with. 6s and 9s. So maybe it's like 6 and then 9? But then 9 has to roll into a 6 on either side? So like 6 here? Which doesn't work? Unless I go in and then come back out again? Okay, actually, so directly contrary to the thing that I was just saying, that last one I definitely had a method. I do want to point that out. When I am being inconsistent, I want to make sure that doesn't get that doesn't, you know, just slip by. So it's like 9, 6. 6 can go to 6, right? So 6 to 6 to 9. To 6 to 6 to 9. Yeah. 9, 6, 6, 9, 6, 6, 9. And we can do that by starting with 9 here and then rolling. So that's 2 here, right? This needs to be here. Okay, yes, but... Yes, but... this needs to be shifted back to... Yeah, this needs to be shifted back to... Need 9 here. That worked. There we go. Excellent. Alright, I guess I just forego the bonus points. And we'll run into the maze and lose. We'll just do the maze poorly. Several times in a row. Wait, if I fall out of the maze, it resets the timer? No. The timer continues. Oh, I see. The way to solve the maze is by not entering the maze. That's pretty traditional. Because it's all just open. Well, it's not all just open. My time stopped. I don't know why that happened. This game is weird. How do I get up to the next floor? In the center? Yeah, okay. I'll take those, I guess. Oh, I see. I skipped a floor. That's how. So we need to go down another floor. We need to figure out where there is a hole in a wall down another floor. Like there. Is this what I wanted? Great! I even got the bonus time because they don't know how to run timers. Weird. Alright, now let's solve some puzzles. Assuming I can find puzzles. Like you. You're a puzzle. Sure. Bank error in my favor. Collect 200 sparks. Exactly. Oh no, I'm out of tissues. Disaster. I guess it's time to use random napkins that are left around. Or maybe get more tissues? I don't know. Anyway, let's do this thing. Alright, all dark regions have area 5, which means this has to be light. Now this needs to go to one of these dots, right? Either dark, light, dark, dark, or dark, dark, or dark, dark. But whatever this is doing, it can't go this way. So we've got to go light, and this has to be light for similar reasons. Which means this can't be light, because cube. And then this requires exactly that. Now this has to be dark, which means that, and then that, so this has to be dark, which means it takes that, and then probably this. No, because this needs this. This has to be dark. Okay. I see what we're doing. I see the direction in which we are going. All dark regions have area 2. Okay, so every single square is light. And any dark square is surrounded by light. Like, this can't be dark, because these two cannot both be light. Likewise here, which means this has to be dark. Which means this is dark, and this is dark, and this is dark, and this is dark. This is dark. Great. I probably get that from outside of the pyramid, so maybe I'll just go grab... Or from outside of the maze. Yeah, that worked. Oh! Oh, no, never mind. For a second there, I thought that I had broken this ceiling when I went out. No, there is still a ceiling. I'm just at the top of this area. All right, what do you want? Are you kidding me? The hell did you go? Oh, this is the worst idea I've ever had. Wait, does this just go up then? Where does this go? These are the worst wandering echoes in the world. Hang on. All right, try this again. I guess I have to hit this and then immediately go up, right? And it was just here somewhere, I guess? It's actually not that hard. Assuming that works. Which, I mean, we all know how safe assumptions are. Oh, hello. Where is it? Well, it just faded. I don't know where it went, though. I guess up into there somewhere? Gross. I can't trigger it from here, can I? Oh, I can. That makes that a lot easier. I still don't know where it went. Is it in the maze? Jesus, where did it go? Also, there's all these sightseers? I'm not sure I like that either. Where is it even going? Just up? Like, what am I supposed to do with that? Oh, it's there in that maze. Okay. I see. It's here. And then it goes up again. All right. Great. Now that's done. I can go back to all of the other differently difficult stuff. There's more stuff in the maze that I think I want to be looking at. So let's look at the stuff in the maze. Oh my god, what the hell is that Shiar? I'm so mad. There's more than one of them. Are they actually invisible? I'm gonna break something. I still don't see them, ever. All dark regions have area 3. Okay, this can't be dark then. Likewise, this can't be dark. No, this can. This can't, though. And this can't. Because it's surrounded by 2s. So this has to be. This can be light, but then that's trouble. So this has to be dark like that. Great. Don't tell me what to do. Listen, buddy. I'm not here to brat my way out of these puzzles, okay? I am here to follow rules. Where is it? Listen, Shy Aura. Just tell me where you are, alright? I just want to talk. I do have a quote bot. All dark regions have area 4. Okay. So it could be both this and this are dark? Huh. That's a wild thought. But, like, we could go dark here, and then light all the way around, and then dark, dark, light. Generally, these have been repeating patterns, though, right? Or maybe they're kind of offset patterns? Is there any cell that cannot be dark or light with these rules? Any individual cell? Like, if this is dark, it has to be exactly these 4. Which that does work. Right, well, let's see if it's these 4, right? Then all of these are light. And then we have to do dark, dark, and dark, dark. Which means light like that. And then this has to be dark, which doesn't work. So I think these have to both be light. Given the symmetry, I'm inclined to believe it has to be the 2 across. I guess it could be up and then down on the other side. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't like it. We're taking this to paint. So I can play around with checkpoints. Alright, if we have dark, dark, then we have light, 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 light. Which means this, and this are required dark. So this is required light, 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 And then we have to have dark and dark and dark, which doesn't fly. Okay. So yeah, these have to be light. That's correct. The question is, where do we go from here? If it's dark here, then we have light, 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 light. Which again requires dark, dark. But that's doable here, right? If it's dark and dark and dark, we can do... But that needs, like... If it's dark here, that means light, 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 light. Which means this needs to be dark, and this needs to be dark, and this needs to be dark. So that needs to be light, so that needs to be dark, so that needs to be light. Light, 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 light. This needs to be dark, and that's illegal. And presumably the same holds true top or bottom, so I think it has to be like this. Which means dark, 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 light, light, dark, 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 light in the center. There we go. Cool. It's everything on this floor, I think. So now we do stuff on this floor. Like this bad boy. Underclued, eh? Okay, no 2x2s. Connect all dark and all light. What? Okay, these can't be all light. So, one of these three needs to be dark. What does that mean for me? Oh, I'm not ready to think about this. What does that mean for me? What have we learned from the previous grids? Well, the fact that everything needs to be connected, as opposed to there being region restrictions, changes this drastically. But also it's underclued, so I don't know what is and is not solvable. This is horrifying. Maybe the fact that this is light means the edge has to be mostly light. There's restrictions on what can and cannot be dark around the edge. I think it means the corners have to be one thing or another. Which maybe means other things, but, because, like, I know there's rules about colors around the edges when connect all dark and connect all light. It's the other piece that's not the checkerboard lemma. Correct, leftmost cat. Don't make this pattern... In this case, it doesn't matter, but don't make this pattern accounts for rotations and flips as well. But in this case, it is talking about single cells as opposed to four, like, shaped cells. So, like, this, and this cannot all be light because it would make these 4 cells here a 2x2 pattern that matches the pattern. So, like, these 2 cannot both be light. One of them needs to be dark. Likewise, these 2 cannot both be light. One of them needs to be dark. Which might mean that this is dark. Or it might mean that it's dark, and light in the center. Because they can't all 3 be dark either. So it's either light, light, dark, or it's dark, dark, light. One of those 2. If it's dark, light, dark, then the rest of the outside needs to be dark. Which actually doesn't work. So I think it has to be like this. Yeah, these edges are especially bad, because whatever this cell is, they can't have both of these cells be the same thing. So I think that means that this corner needs to be, like, dark, dark. Or dark, dark. But yeah, these 2 need to be different colors. Yes, these 2 need to be different colors, and these 2 need to be different colors. Which means it needs to be like this. Yep. There we go. Wow. That requires some fundamentals. That requires some priors. That is wild. What else is on this floor? Just the 1 star? Looks like just the 1 star is still on this floor. Alright then. Let's go. All light regions have area 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is 40. So we have 1 light region. And then 16 worth of dark. In a way that all of the light stays connected. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, and none of the darks touch each other. Right. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Sure. Yeah, great. All right, how many more of these are there? There are absolutely invisible shy auras here. I hate it. All right, what are these bastards doing? Maybe I'll start with the smaller one instead of the larger one. Maybe I will not do it backwards this time. There's still 1 or 2 in this center region that I want to finish up before I start breaking into other puzzle types. There's this all the way on top, and then there's one more in there. Don't make this pattern all dark regions have area 5. Okay, so this has to be light, which means this is dark. We're starting. We've done it. Now this has to be dark and surrounded by light. So this has to be dark. And this has to be dark. One of these 4 is dark. This. Oh, any of these. Any of these. One of these things is dark. One of these things is dark like the others. Actually, I think this has to be... It can't be these 5. It can be these 5, though. One of these 2 needs to be dark. So at least this needs to be dark. Likewise, one of these 2 needs to be dark. So at least this needs to be dark. Which means it needs to be like this. Cool. Now what? One of these 2 needs to be dark, and I'm not positive which one, because I don't have any dark here to lead the charge, as it were. Yeah, all the easy bits are done now. Too bad. Exactly one of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 need to be dark, and the rest need to be light. There is no actual problem with all of them being light, other than the dark area being 5. So there's no particular place that has to be dark. Ah, one of these 3 needs to be dark. If it's this, it needs to connect up, and that's too much. If it's this, it needs to connect up, and that's too much. So it has to be exactly that. Now that needs to be light. One of these 2 needs to be dark. One of these 2 needs to be dark. One of these 2 needs to be dark. Oh, one of these 2 needs to be dark. Ooh, intriguing. Intriguing. One of these 2 needs to be dark. Does that guarantee this is light? Like, if this is dark, this has to be light. If this is dark, can this be dark? If this is dark and both of these are light? Taking it to paint. Let us explore. Alright, if this is dark, this has to be light. Can this be dark? This would have to be light. And then what? This has to be dark anyway, so this has to be dark. Could be this, then, that's dark. This needs 2 more. I thought this was going to be, like, immediately illegal for reasons, and it doesn't seem to immediately be illegal, which concerns me. If this is light, this would have to be dark. This can't be light here. This has to be dark, which means that's a 5. So these are light. This is light. This is light. This has to be dark, dark. This is light. That's light. This has to have this be dark. Now what? We do love logic grids. That's correct, Vera. Cheers. Is this an owl? Is this just, like, dark here, and then light, and light, and light? Is this just, did we do it? Did we just get lucky? This looks legal. Yeah, that looks legal. Great! Love being right. It's my favorite. No JKs. Alright. Let's see if we can do this. Oh, no, this is patterns. Oh, I hate it. Complete the pattern? How? How? Oh, I don't want to have to do this. What do I think the pattern is? Don't like being right very much. Well, I mean, you can live like that if you want. What even is going on here? What even is going on here? It kind of looks like it's being divided up into particular regions such that there is a just straight dark line that is bounded on either sides by light. Like, what if this is just like this, and then does, you know, some more curves or whatever, and then ends up here? That would mean that all of these are light? And then what? The weird offsets here with, like, these double cells makes me think that that's part of the solution. Because, like, I can't tell from here what it's doing. Maybe it just follows the double cells? What if it's, like, dark, dark, okay, that turns it. 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 Yeah, that doesn't do anything. That's not right. But it does need to end here, wherever this line is coming from. Like, this kind of works. But, like, that's not the solution. The end. uh... How do I then make... Like, it doesn't necessarily need to be bounded off into rectangles, right? Like, this clearly isn't. Pretty much the only thing I'm confident in is this is probably black. But, like, there's still a lot to do here. And this is probably light. Honestly, it probably comes in from one of these two. But I don't really know what that means or how to do anything more than that. I guess this is probably light. Assuming the path comes in from one of these sides. There's just really not enough to work with here. I guess I could ask Foresight, and it'll just tell me what a cell is. But that's not really going to be enough to go off of. But these patterns are hard. Alright, what if I assume that? That's going to imply this. I don't know why, like, one thing would be the solution over another. Like, I am definitely missing a core conceit of this particular pattern. Alright, I guess we're not doing the pattern. Not until I'm ready to start throwing foresights at it, I guess. Alright. Let's do this garbage. This is probably going to be some garbage. There's also this. Am I ready to start whatever this maze is? Wow, that is a long timer. Alright, whatever, let's do it. Oh, there's a lot of stuff down here. I don't even know how to start this. Wait, is there a way out of this corner? At all? Maybe I need to be following the, No. That doesn't help. I think I need to be going this way. And then this actually leads me... Oh, around! Oh, I was really not prepared for that. Okay. Oh, I should be on the lookout for puzzles, because puzzles are always going to be dead ends, aren't they? Like, this is always going to be a dead end. Yep, yep. It's through here this time. Oh, and then back to the start of the maze? Get out of here. We'll get it this way. Yo, got it. Why was that a miracle? Was that my... Oh, that was my 120th puzzle. Wow. And there's just an incredible array of garbage down here. Alright, let's start on whatever the heck is going on down here, I guess. Well, right at the start, you're here, so let's play. All numbers are off by 1. Okay. All right, so this 5. Oh, that also includes these. This is great, because this has to be a 2, right? This also has to be a 2. But there's stuff on this side, right? Like, these two are not independent. Because this is pointing across this whole row. So if this has 2 here, this has to be all light. Which means this has to be dark and this has to be dark. So these two can't be the same. So this has to be 6 and 4. So 2 here and 4, or 2 here. And then another 4 here. This also, 2 here and then another 3 here. Except those have to be dark. Wait, what? This can't be right. This could be 0. Okay. So, not necessarily. Yeah, okay. So it could be all light here, or it could be too dark here. So all of these are either 0 or 2. What a puzzle. Oh my god. Great. Oh man. Yeah, that's amazing. So these are either up 1 or down 1. In this case, it has to be down 1. And then these are all either 0 or 2. Just straight up 0 or 2. And if these are up 1, this has to be down 1. This has to be down, actually. This has to be a 3. And then this is either a 0 or a 2. If this is a 0, what happens? That's light all the way across. So this and this and this need to be dark, which is not going to fly. So this has to be a 2. If this is a 0, that's also not going to fly. This has to be a 2. We know this doesn't work as a 0, so this has to be a 2. If this is a 0, 1, 2, 3, this has to be a 2. This could be a 0, though. This here, no, this can't be a 0. This also has to be a 2. And in fact, it has to be exactly this and this. Because otherwise, we're making this pattern up at the top. Same here. I guess this could be a 4? Instead of a 2? No, this can't be a 4, because this needs to be a 2. So this also needs to be a 2. So this needs to be exactly that also. Yep. This 4 needs to be a 3. That's the only way that's legal. This 4 also needs to be a 3, but it's not only legal in a specific way. Okay, so all of these need to be 2s. Which, that's great. And they need to be arranged such that we never make this 2x2 light pattern. This also needs to be exactly that. Kind of the same way that this did. Yeah, the off by 1 business here is wild. If this is light, we need exactly dark, dark, and dark. But this is already settled. Oh, this needs to be dark, actually. So we need to do that. So this needs to be dark. Which means this needs to be dark. This now we know is not a 5. So this is a 3. This is either a 2 or a 0. It could be a 0 still. This is either a 1 or a 3. It has to be a 1. And it can't be here, because that's settled. So that has to be here. These both need to be dark. So this is settled. Great. Okay. So now this needs to be a 3, this needs to be a 0, and this needs to be a 4. Okay, needs to be a 0 is pretty easy to handle. Which means this and this and this. And here's that 3, so that's resolved. And this needs to be a 4. So this has a 1, so it needs to be a 2. This is 2, needs to be a 3, so this needs to be like that. Oh, what a cool puzzle. All right, this one I like. This one is very neat. All right, at least they're not off by 1 this time. Jeez. Don't make this pattern. Connect all dark cells and exactly 1 symbol per light area. So this and this is required. And this is required because no lights can touch each other. All dark cells are connected? Yeah, so that has to come out. Now what? It's a good question. It's a good question. One of these 3 is dark. Exactly one of these 3 is dark. This can't be dark, because if this is dark, it would be surrounded by lights, which means this has to be dark. One of these 2 is dark, but only one of them. If it's this and this, the rest of this is light, which is illegal, so it can't be this one. So it has to be this one. Fascinating restrictions here. If this is dark, this is light. This is dark. Like, we can't have both of the dark cells be anywhere in these 4. One of these 2 needs to be dark. Because if they're both light, it connects the 4 and the 2. Is there anywhere else I can do something similar? Here, these can't both be light, so at least one of these 2 needs to be dark. One of these 2, at least one of these 2 needs to be dark. They could both be dark, I guess. So it's actually not that restrictive. But if one of these 2 is dark, that leaves only one more dark across the rest of the row. And these 2 can't both be dark, because then the rest of these would be light, and this 3 and this 4 would be connected, so that's not okay. So 1 dark here, and 1 dark in between these 4. Does that help me? Is that enough to drop another cell down? Not yet. There's a bunch of easy stuff at the beginning, and then it slowed right down. Probably just not making the right connections. This is dark. Light, light. That's illegal. Yeah, if this is dark, because it's the same deal here, right? If this is dark, light, light, and light, so it would be sealed off, so it can't, because of the intersections. It's too bad I can't now that I've learned that this is a rule, it's too bad there aren't other 1-and-1 intersections that I can apply it to. This doesn't necessarily need to be light. Like, this doesn't need to come out. There is the question of whether or not this can be connected, because that has the potential to be dangerous. Given the exactly one symbol per light area rule. I'm gonna have to get a lot of mileage out of that. Like, these two can't both be light. One of these two needs to be dark. These two can't both be light. One of these two needs to be dark. It could be exactly this, and then dark, dark. And that seems like it would work. If this is dark, and then light's here, that feels like it's probably legal for now. Where else do I have an easier choice? I mean, one of these two is dark and the other is light, so that's fine. This 4 is pretty open. This 4 is pretty open. This 2 is kind of restricted. This 2 also feels like it's kind of restricted, right? We know one of these 2 and one of these 4 for sure. But that's, like, not quite enough restriction? And it doesn't say anything about anything else? Like, one of these 4, okay. One of these 4, one of these 2, and at least one of these 4, but probably more than one. Exactly one of these 3. These 2 can't both be light. These 2 can't both be light. Because this can't connect to the 1. Maybe that's it? These 2 can't both be light, so that's my next step. One of these 2 has to be dark. At least one of these 2 has to be dark. They could both be dark. But it can't be 1, 2, 3, 4. Also, we can't make dark 2 by 2, which is interesting. Not that that, like, really plays into anything that I've done so far. Where do we go from here? And throughout, ominous pyramid music is playing. I do like the ominous pyramid aesthetic. If this is dark, one of these 2 has to be dark, so this would have to be light. Okay, I can actually play with that. Right? If this is dark, we have light and light. These can't both be light, So one of these two has to be dark, which means this has to be light. Which means this has to be dark, because these two can't touch. If this is dark, then this is light, and that's probably okay. If this is dark, then this is light, and that's maybe okay? But also gives me some more, like, no touchies. Two, three. So now two of these three are dark at this point. And it might be both of these, or it could be one of these and this. Yes. Yeah. This doesn't help. Too bad. Alright, what if we start from a different one of these? What if we try, like, if this is dark, for example, that means light and light. Does that mean anything in particular? Not really. Between these two, one of these has to be dark, because they can't, the two ones can't touch. There's two dark in this row now. This doesn't really get me anywhere else. I guess that means this has to connect out through here now? Like, has to? And then this is out there. Actually, hold on. When I did this, that meant light and light. Since these two can't be light, one of those needs to be dark, which means this has to be light, so this has to be dark. This is where I was at before. Does that mean anything for these? Yes, this getting out means this needs to be dark. So this needs to be dark so that these don't touch. And this is now sealed off, so this needs to be dark. And then this two can't touch this one. So if this were dark, this would be light, and this would need to be dark. If this were dark, then it doesn't matter what this is. Two more dark for this 5. At least one needs to be here. Can both be here? If both darks are here, this would have to be light, which means this would have to be dark. And this would be light, and that's fine. This can be light or dark right now. It kind of doesn't matter. Which means it's probably light, and this is probably dark. Because this probably needs to be dark. Alright, this dark then needs to come out either through here or through here. Yeah, it's actually possible for it to be through here, right? This could come all the way around here and then connect out that way. And that resolves this too. It just needs one of these 2 and one of these 4, and that handles that. Also, this whole row can be dark? No, because like here and here are concerns. This looks legal. This looks like it is working its way towards an owl. Which means maybe we can rule out something like this, for example. Can we rule this out? Maybe we can rule this out, actually. No, I still don't see how. Alright, maybe we need to start somewhere else. Maybe this corner is not where it's gonna happen. One of these two, one of these four, and one of these two. So either this or this is required. And then if it's this, it has to be here. And if it's this, it has to be one of these four. I guess if it could be both of these. That's also doable. But this still doesn't restrict anything else down to a single color. It's still all groups. There's a lot of groups of cells here. One of these two. I need more ones. This is down to a 1, but like between these two I don't have any particular restrictions. This is down to a 1. But I still don't have that figured out either. 5? 3 of these remaining 5? At least one of them needs to be in these two. At least one needs to be in these two. So it could be exactly this one and these two. That seems like it would be legal. There's probably reasons why I can't. But, like, I'm really looking to narrow down individual cells rather than groups of cells, so that particular arrangement of 3 dark cells is not helpful to rule out. I think. I guess there's also, like, maybe I can determine cells adjacent to other cells, like, you know, if this is dark, or this is dark, or this is dark, and I build it out a little bit, maybe I'll find out that, like, this cell is always light for some reason, or whatever. That's maybe a direction I could take this. It kind of feels like this one is actually the next step, because there's a lot of patterns here that seal these dark cells off. Like, dark here means light and light, so requires dark here, which means it requires both of these to be light. Hang on. Hang on. Did I... Dark here means light and light. So this has to come out to here. So that requires this. So that has to be dark. And that has to be dark. And now this is sealed off, so this has to come out here. Yeah, I got this far. But I didn't find anything problematic about this. Because this looked like it was actually parlaying itself into real solutions. Like a lot of similar restrictive positionings, as opposed to just do whatever you want or can't do anything. Ooh, what does this mean? Let's see. One of these two now needs to be dark. Or both. One of these two or both. But I need 3 dark amidst these 4. So that's always going to happen? It's always going to happen. If this is dark, then this is light. And that solves this 4. Dark, 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 exactly. A light in any of these solves this 4. This one is the most likely light because of the 3. This 5 will always get its dark here, so that's fine. That is appropriately restricted. Spent a lot of time at this particular inflection point. Maybe I want a foresight and it'll tell me what direction to go from here? Because I'm trying a lot of things and none of it is turning into anything concrete. Ugh. This is really not coming together in the way that I want it to. Alright, what about trying the other arrangements here? Maybe one of them is, like, obviously wrong. If I do this, right, then this is light and this is light. What does that mean for me? This has to be dark now, because this one can't touch this one. What does this mean for me? Still nothing concrete. The dark now has multiple escape routes. I was gonna say escapades. No, escape routes. So it's not guaranteed to need to go either here or here, but it's going to need to do one of those. At least one of those. Dark here would require dark here. And I don't know how much that matters. Dark here would require dark here, which means we have 4. So this exactly has to be dark. Now this has to be dark, and this has to be dark, so that has to be light. Now this has to come out. And this is sealed off here. So this has to come down here. How am I doing? I'm doing great, Rural. How are you doing? I'm still fighting off the tail end of a cold. So I'm a little bit more sniffly than I want to be. But other than that, things are going great. And then this has to be light, and that's fine. That doesn't make a difference. There's nothing preventing this stuff down here from being dark. Oh, this needs to come out. Other than the 2x2 rule. So it's probably dark, dark, light. And then this needs to come out to here. Otherwise, we're connecting these two. And then we have to do light here and light here. Which is... I don't know if I'm ready to commit to that. Is this always going to happen like this? This dark around the 5? Is there a world in which this dark goes out either this way or this way? Like, I need one of these two to be dark. And I need one of these two to be dark. So it could be dark, dark. With light here. And then this has to be dark to keep the 1 and the 2 separated. And that has to come out to here at least. Something about this. I feel like this is required. Because of the way the puzzle is shaped. Firmly in the okay camp. Excellent. Okay is better than some of the alternatives. Sounds like okay is not great, but, you know, we take an okay sometimes. This is interesting. So this dark here actually requires... No, I guessed that. This was a guess. We started off with this. And then I was like, okay, what if dark here? Then that needs to come out. And then something, something. Oh, this has to be dark. Now this is 4, so this needs to be dark. So this is light and light. And then this needs to be dark, which means this is light, which means this is sealed off. If this, though. What if it's this instead? Right? That doesn't actually restrict me in any way? At all? Completely unrestricted? Not helpful in the slightest? Dang. Because now this could be like this still, right? And then we have light and light. And then this is sealed off. What if this is dark? If this is dark, this has to be dark. So we're doing that. So that. So... But then this could be like dark. No, no, no. This has to be dark. So that's sealed off. Hold on. If this is dark, and then this is dark, because this has to be dark. This being dark like that requires that, so that's light. So that's dark, so that's light, so it's sealed off. If it's dark here, this is light. And then this is 3, so we could do like this. But then that's light and that's light, so that's dark. And this is sealed off. Or this could be dark, which means this is dark. That's light, that's light. This is dark, so that's light, and this is sealed off. Because one of these two needs to be dark, and one of these two needs to be dark. I guess it could be something like that, for example. And then it's definitely sealed off. But if this is dark, this has to be dark. And it ends up still being sealed off. So if this is light, it's sealed off. And if this is dark... If this is light, this can't be dark. If this is light, we're sealed off. If it's dark, this has to be dark. And then we end up sealed off. Cool. Assuming this start. What if it's here? Then we have light and light. And what does that mean? It's a superposition of darkness and light. Yeah, it is either dark or light, and you won't know until you solve the puzzle. Once you solve the puzzle, it will be revealed. But until then, it's both. The cat is both alive and dead. The poor cat. Sounds miserable. Schrodinger out here creating zombies. What about this? That means light, light. And then this has to be dark here. And then what? I don't know, man. It's not coming together. Still not coming together. We've even started talking about zombie cats. That's how much this is not coming together. PTA hates this one trick. Yeah, right? Alright, if I can't start here... Where else can I start? Do I know anything? Do I know enough about this too? Can't be blamed for putting cats down if they're in boxes that are quantum locked. Yeah, that feels like that's not going to be good for the cat, you know? Like, okay, maybe you don't know whether or not the cat has oxygen, but I feel like the longer you wait to solve this puzzle, the less your odds of getting an alive cat out of the deal. So really, Schrodinger's paradox has but one solution, which is stop killing cats, you weird cat murdering scientist. Now, if he used, like, opossums or something, it'd be fine. Nobody cares about opossums. There's probably some people who care about opossums. Is there a difference between an opossum and a possum? Are those two different animals? I've never actually been clear on this. Just chop trees down in forests with no observers. Okay. That also seems like it would cause similar problems. Those are two different animals? Wow. Confirmation. What is... Do I want to ask what is the difference? Am I even going to internalize this? I will ask what is the difference and then not retain any of this information anyway. I'll just leave it to be a mystery. It's okay. It can be mysterious. I don't need to be enlightened. I can stay ignorant. Logic, grids, and biology lessons. This is how far we stray afield when I'm just sitting here staring at this stupid puzzle because it won't come through with an obvious inroad. Possums are Australian. Opossum is Virginia? Well, Virginia specifically has possums in my backyard. What are you talking about? Maybe there's not possums in my backyard. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is neither possums nor opossums in my backyard. It's a marsupial? Oh, okay. Why does it have an O? I may be asking you for too much. I don't know if this is a reasonable question to be asking here. Maybe there's some other really obvious thing that I can do that I haven't done yet because it's too obvious. There's no immediate application of don't make it 2x2. All dark cells need to be connected. I think we've done everything we can in that regard. I have sufficiently separated all of the obvious darts. But like one of these two, 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 at least one of these four. Man. What's up, Ender? How's it going? I'm really getting tempted to hit Foresight, which is not a thing I frequently do. Just woke up? That's fair. I appreciate that. That's a good vibe. A British botanist thought they were similar enough that he named possums after opossums. Wow. That one Brit just messing everything up for everybody else. What a disaster. Imagine being a British botanist during the British Empire and thinking you have the right to just name things. Unbelievable. Ugh. One of these two, one of these two, one of these four. So there has to be some overlap. So either this one or this one are guaranteed. Could be both. Could be this one and one of these three. Could be this one and this one. But between these three, it's either this one, these two, or these two. Could be this one and these three. So none of that is conclusive enough for me to actually narrow down this particular cell is light or dark. But it is fairly restricted. Actually, If it's this, it can't be this. I think it can't be this one specifically. Because if this were dark, we need one of these two. So this would be light, this would be light, this would be light. And then this can't get out. So I think that specifically needs to be light. We did it. One cell. Figured it out. Now that's going to break the whole puzzle wide open. I think it's not going to actually break that puzzle wide open. I think this is a very minor inroad. Australian possum is a type of animal related to kangaroos. The O's is specifically the Virginia opossum, which nowadays has spread from Virginia. I would think so. Those things are everywhere. Maybe not everywhere. Alright, for Goofy movie aficionados, is Lester's Possum Park in Virginia? And are those actually opossums instead of possums? Coyotes probably keep them out of the American Southwest. Maybe. I know coyotes are everywhere too. Alright, so does this get me anywhere? Does this tell me anything? This tells me that this can't be dark. So actually, we do have to do exactly this. So one of these two needs to be dark. Because this needs to come out. There it is. This needed to come out. So not only one of these four needed to be dark, but one of these three needed to be dark. Which means exactly this has to be dark. And one of these two. So that has to be dark also. Which means this has to come out like that. Alright. Now we're starting to make work happen. Okay. Yeah, too focused in the upper right corner when this is clearly what must happen here. This can still go up or left here, so this isn't guaranteed one way or the other. Still not sure exactly what's going to be going on up here. This needs to be dark now, because these two can't touch. Exactly one of these two is dark, and I don't know which. I guess if it was this one, the rest of this would be light. If this were dark, these would both have to be light because of the two. Which means I would still have to make this dark, so I can't. So this has to be light, so this has to be dark. And then this has to be dark. And that's 4. Dang. Alright, so that has to come out. That has to come out. That has to come out. And that has to come out to here. And this now has to be dark for that. Whew. Progress. We're doing it. We're making it happen. Moving forward. Okay. Now what? Now what? God damn it, now what? Oh, okay, okay. All right, okay, all right. Does this need to be dark? I don't know that this needs to be dark. There are certainly scenarios in which this needs to be dark. I feel like this needs to be dark. I was kind of playing around with different possibilities, and it felt like this was dark more often than not. But that's still just, like, a vibe. The other question is, how many of these are dark for this 4? Cheers, Rural. Thank you. Appreciate the reminder so I don't just sit here and dry out. Hang on one second. Figuring out evening plans. Okay. Alright, back into it. Where are we? What are we doing here? What fresh hell do I find myself in? Okay, so how do we start this now? Like, we got all of this stuff that felt really good. Pretty happy with how this has turned out. What is the next step? I'm wondering if maybe we can figure out this corner? And that'll give us inroads into the rest of it? There's also, like... This 4 still feels too open. This 1 still feels too open. This 1, honestly, still feels too open. Maybe I can do something with this too? Like, if I can confirm for myself that whatever options I have with this 1, that the dark is going to have to escape from here, either way. Because I know there's some situations with this 1 where it's sealed off, like, between these 2. But I don't know if that's consistent across all the options with this 1. Taking it back to paint, maybe? Like this setup, or this setup, I know we tried a bunch of times, and it was consistent in that this stuff ended up getting sealed off. No, it was this setup that we tried. And this was consistent in stuff getting sealed off. Because this needed to be dark. And then... this is dark, this is dark. If this is light, this doesn't have to be dark, but it can be dark. And we still need either this arrangement for 5, or this and literally anything. But in this arrangement, light, light, see, this is sealed off. And in this arrangement, if this is light, it's sealed off. But if this is dark, we have this. And then one of these is, this needs to be dark here to prevent these two from touching. Which means this has to be light. So it's sealed off. So if this is dark, then this pocket is sealed off and has to come out here. What if any other arrangement of dark, though, right? Like, what if this is dark? Light, light. What does that mean? This now has a lot of options. Can it be dark, dark? Like, does that work? Maybe. Does this need to be dark? Yes. In this situation, this needs to be dark. Because this still needs to come down out. And now there's the question of, like, what are we doing here? And I feel like there's nothing specific enough at this point. Too many options. Maybe we need to start with this 3? Like, dark like this or something? And then what? Versus dark here? Is any of this illegal? Or dark here? In either of these cases, right, dark here or dark here, if this is light, well, if this is light, then this has to be dark. How do I feel about either of these things? What if this is dark? Then this can be light. But also it could just be dark. That's 2 of these 4's darks? Interesting. Interesting. Okay, if this is dark, then this needs to be dark. And this is light. Does that restrict this 4 enough? Like, what if we then have dark, dark, light, light? Such a specific, like, I don't know why I'm going in this deep. This is so specific. Now this, I mean, these both have to be light anyway. But this now has to be dark. Because these two can't touch. Does this have to be dark now? If this is light, this has to be dark. Because these two can't touch. And this has to be dark. Which, like, seems fine. I don't know. This is like such a, just a long hypothetical chain that's so irrelevant. This is like 3 or 4 different branches deep on the tree. Like, okay, if I can trim this one branch, that still doesn't tell me anything, because I need to start from way, way less deep in order to actually use this information for anything. The top right is solvable without the hypotheticals? Maybe. I've been thinking about it. But it's like, if this is dark, that needs to come out here. Dark light, right? Or dark light. But if there is a solution that you're talking about, rule 3, exactly 1 symbol per light area, sure. I understand. Yeah, I get that these can't connect. So, like, there has to be dark somewhere in this region. But, like, it could be dark here. Could be dark here. Could be dark here. And all of it, like, it doesn't... None of it... This doesn't have to be dark, is the point I'm trying to make. And it hasn't connected in my head in a way that requires one particular cell to be solved in one particular way. I kind of got something down here with, like, requiring dark cells in particular regions. But there's not enough other light cells here to restrict it in that way, right? This is still a 5. So I know that one of these 2 has to be dark. And also, one of these 2 has to be dark. But there's no other requirements here. And these dark cells can, like, connect and come out down here, or maybe come out here, or something. Like, with this 1, it's a little bit more restrictive. But it's not, you know, it's not like I'm short on dark cells over here to the point where this has to be dark, right? One of these 2 does need to be dark. That much I have. But they could both be dark. But it could also be, like, light and dark. Or it could be dark and light. And again, I don't have enough information about the others to set up a rule for how this 4 needs to be resolved. The 4 is just too open. What I eventually figured out down here was I had, like, these dark cells in the corner that needed to come out, in addition to a restriction over here, and it was only a 2. So I had 2 places that I needed to put dark cells, which meant everything else could be light. But this doesn't feel as restricted here. This feels a lot more open. Some combination with this 1. I feel like this 1 is kind of the key, and I'm missing whatever thing I need to know, or whatever connection I need to make in order to start making inroads on it. But I've kind of played around with all of the different possibilities for this 1, and they all look fine. Like, there's no other restriction that seems to be violated. There's no other thing that needs to be resolved in a particular way in order to make it work. Still having problems with it. Oh, I'm dumb! I'm dumb! Okay, so the same thing that has happened to me numerous times has now happened to me again. This has to be light. which means this has to be light, which means this has to be light. So this has to be dark. God, every time. Every time. Exactly one symbol per light area means no light areas with 0 symbols. Yes, that is accurate. And I completely forgot that that was part of the rule set. This could still be dark. And then this would just have to come out and connect to something else. But most likely, this is probably 2 dark cells here. If this is dark, this would have to be light, this would have to be dark. Okay, that I can just take to paint, actually. We can play that one out. If this is dark, this has to be light, which means this has to be dark, which means this has to be light. Which means both of these have to be dark for the 4. Which means this still has to come out to here. And now this 3 is resolved. So that and that, which does work, right? But now that needs to be dark. That needs to come out that way. This needs to come out that way. These 2 can't touch. All right, and then this is all sealed off here. So this needs to come out there, needs to come out to there. And this is sealed off here, so it needs to come out to there, which fully resolves that. So now that needs to be dark, that needs to be light. And this needs to go around here and needs to connect. So is this legal? Do we have an owl? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. That connects there and connects down to here. Looks like it's all connected. Yeah, this actually looks like it works. All right. Let's make it happen. Now that needs to connect through there. That's 5, so that happens. Just to go up there. That can't connect. Yep, exactly 1 symbol per light area. If I just remembered how the rule worked. Only I remembered how the rule worked. This would have taken about an hour less than it actually did. Good heavens. Oh my god, I saw it. There. Can I get to it? I really want that shy aura to shut up. That's the important part here. I would like that shy aura to stop making noise. Stupid invisible shy auras. Not actually invisible, just in the middle of this terrible area. They were underground the whole time. No wonder I was suffering. What? How do I get into there? This is... Wait. Oh, wow. Oh, that's horrible. Oh my god, okay. Finally! This idiot has been bugging me for 2.5 hours. Cursed ass Shy Aura. Oh my god, there's another one? Over there. It's purple. What does that mean? Far away from it do I need to be for it to come back? And the only way to it is by crawling through here? Wait, do I need to crawl to it? Purple is not crawl. Purple is fly. I need to fly through this maze? Shy Auras, why? I need to figure out where it actually is. Okay, so I don't actually need to fly to it as long as I don't ever walk. I didn't know that's how that worked. That's very interesting. Am I ready for whatever disaster this is? Almost assuredly not. But why would I let that stop me? Oh. Don't make this pattern or this pattern. Okay. 9 by 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. 9 by 9 in the center. And I cannot make dark, light, light, dark, dark. And I cannot make dark, light, light. So all dark cells need to be touching another dark cell and cannot be diagonal from a dark cell unless they make a square. Huh. Oh, in fact, every dark cell needs to be part of a 2x2. Or bigger. But needs to be part of a square. Or rectangle, I suppose. Because any given dark cell that has a light border needs to have a dark cell on the other side of that border. And we can't make this corner ever. So yeah, it has to be rectangles. We have to make dark rectangles. Now that I know I have to make dark rectangles, what does that mean for me? Because this 5 could be like a 2 that is part of something else. And separately, a 3 that is part of something else. As opposed to needing to be a 5. But the 3s need to be part of a 3. So this 3 needs to be 3 dark cells in a row. Somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, anything. But it can't be like 1 and 2. Because the 1 can't be a 1 on its own. The 7s don't all need to touch, but it could be like 2 and 5, or 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 7. So it could be like 7 across, or it could be like 5 and 2. Could even be like 2, 3, and 2. If they really wanted to. But I need to make rectangles. So what does that tell me about the rest of this? Any given cell in this row can be light. But I can reliably say certain sets will be lighter, will be have some number of darker light in them? Like, it's not necessarily either that it's like here to here all the way across is dark. In fact, that's unlikely. Because we do have to make a 5 here. We have to make a 3 here somewhere. And we can't go, like, dark across and then up again. Right? It just has to be rectangles. Oh boy. This 3 here is certainly restrictive. As is this 3. Oh, I think this 3 next to this 4 actually requires that the 3 not go into the 4's territory. Because otherwise I have a 3 in the 4 line and then I have a 1 somewhere else. And it can't just be adjacent. It can't just be like 3 here and then 4 here. So this 3 has to go right. And wherever it goes, the 4 has to be somewhere else. I guess the 4 could still be a 2 and 2. And then one of those 2s could be a 2x2. and one of those 2s could extend into the 5, and then the 5 has a 3 somewhere else. Okay, so this 3, this can't be dark, I think. Because if this were dark, it would need to go all the way across, in addition to all the way down. Which means that, and that necessarily. So wherever this 3 is, it has to be further down. And this 3... I think the 4 can't be here either. I guess it can. Right? It could be like this block of 6. And then another 2 somewhere else, separate from what this 3 is doing, and then this is 5 could have a 3 somewhere else, separate from what this 3 is doing. Or even connected to what this 3 is doing, right? It could be a 3 here that goes all the way across to here. Just like a long base. And then the 5 has a 2 somewhere else, and the 6 has a 3 somewhere else. Can this be 3 here? Firmly against the right side? I think it can. What about these 2? Can this be dark? Then this either spreading into the 6 or the 5. Both of which are fine. The problem here was the 4 couldn't be a 3 and a 1. But the 6 can be a 3 and a 3. And the 5 can be a 3 and a 2. In fact, I think the 4 needs to be a 2 and a 2. I don't think the 4 can be a 4. Because at this point, anywhere else the 4 would go... I guess if it's like here... It could be 4... And then this is also 4. And then it doesn't interfere with the 5. So we could have this 3 as like here, and this 4 here. Taking this to paint. So we could have, for example, 3, and then this 4 here. And then this 5 has 3 somewhere else, including these 2. And the 7 has 5 somewhere else. Or 5. It could still be a 2 and a 3 instead of being 4, 5, 5 all the way across. But then these have to be light. So that means we have a 2 here and a 3 here. Oh, this is illegal. This is illegal. They can't touch corner to corner. Whoa. Okay, this is even more restricted than I thought. Okay. So, like, if this were 3 like this... then this 4... like, it can't just be another 3, right? Because now I have to do an extra 1 here, or a 1 here. It can't be a 1 on its own. And it can't be a 1 making a corner. So it can't be these 3. It can't be any of these 3. So here is actually illegal. Interesting. So we actually have to do that too. Forgot how to screenshot for a hot second. But now here, we could do this. And that would let me do 2 here. All the way across, even. And 2 here. In a way that doesn't touch. Oh, but it can't extend into the 3. However far this is going to go. Maybe it's just going to go like that. In fact, if this is where the 3 is, this would have to be like this, right? This would have to extend that far out. And then this 5 would have to find a 3 somewhere else. And now this 7 has to be exactly 7 all the way across? If this 3 is here? I think this 3 has to be part of the 7. Because this isn't going to fly. Because it can't extend up to here. Which means I can't ever do any of these. Yeah, I think the 3 needs to be a part of the 7. Right, so that means that up here, we need to have exactly a 4. Just a straight up 4. It's not going to split. It could split 2 and 2, right? It could still be 2 here and 2 here. So what if it splits, right? 2 here. And because of the 3, this goes into the 5's territory. And then 2 here. And then the rest of the 5 could be down here. And now this is separate, so this has to be all the way across. Which means this is done. Because of the 3. Which I think means, and this 3 is done here. Which I think means, this doesn't work. Right? This has to be 2 by 2. Or 2 by 3. This has to be at least 2. But if it goes into the 5's territory, it screws up the 5. So it has to be exactly 2. Which means this now needs 3 more somewhere else. So that's got to be exactly here. And this 7 needs to be all the way across. So we have to fill out that rectangle. Which means this 3 is fully resolved. Which means there's no way for this 5 to get 5. Because it needs, in addition to this 2, it needs another 3. So this doesn't work. So that means the 4 needs to be a 4. Which I think doesn't work. I feel like that doesn't work either, because now the 4 needs to be a 4, including this 3. Maybe it could be a 4 here? No, because that doesn't work. So maybe the 4 does need to be 2 by 2 and 2? Or maybe I was wrong about my assumptions about this 3? Terrible news. If the 4 is 2 and 2, that means this is here. Now this needs to be 3. This needs to be at least that. But it can't be any more because of the 5. And the 5 needs a 3 here. And that means this 5 is SOL? Because this almost works. Right? Almost. Oh, you know what? Actually, this does work. I just need to split up the 7. Wow. I didn't think about it. I could split up the 7 because the 4 doesn't take up 2 columns. Wow. Neat. Fascinating puzzle. Fascinating puzzles all around. All right, let's go back to the beginning of this maze and get all the stuff I missed. Oh my god, there's another one. There. Also purple. All right, if you're quite done being jerks, I'm going to move on to the logic grids. Huh? Okay. Be separated. Continue to be separated. A and C can't touch. Oh, this needs to be fully. Great. I love that. Love that for you. Interesting. One more dark here. So, like, we need to draw the connections such that we can fill in with dark. Right? And then do whatever on the outside edges in order to make it work, but... Interesting. This for sure needs to connect here. Since this A needs to go either up or down. And up is... Yeah, and this needs to go down here. But there could still be more up. Right? Like, this now needs 1, 2 light. Could even... There's no, there can be extra light cells. It could be dark, dark light, and then have a light that doesn't connect to anything. This can't just go straight across, so this needs to go down at some point to connect to the sea. Like, feels like these two need to both be dark. Might need to go like this. Because if this goes right, then there's no more room here at all. This goes 1, 2, 3, up 2. That could work. And then up. And then connect. But regardless, this cannot go to here. So it's either going right and down, or down and right. So this is light. Right and down means it has to go right. Left and down means it has to go right anyway. So it's either up to here with light, or up to here with light. Right? It's either right, down, and 3, or it's down and 3. So regardless, these two are dark. This is 3 dark here, actually. Or 3 light. So the others need to be dark. So that needs to do that. That's 3. So that needs to go to there. That's 3. This could either be light, dark, or dark, light. And I feel like it needs to be dark, light. This is 3 already. This is now 3. This is now 3. This needs a third. Great. Yeah, that wasn't that bad. Where am I going? This away. Eh? Areas containing this symbol must be symmetrical. Okay, so these two connected means this needs that. Which means it needs that. Which means it needs that. And that's fine. That means that needs to be there. And that needs to be there and there. These two means that. this means that, and this means that. Cool, good start, good start. This can't connect, this cannot connect. Which means, there you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so every row and column is 4 and 4. This is 3, this is 3, this is 3. This means that. And that means that. And that means that. Cool. Okay, so can this be extended any further without disaster? If here, then here, which means here and here. And that just works? That just works. Interesting. Although it's probably illegal. But it does fill out multiple columns and rows. Which is why it's probably illegal. So let's take it to Paint to find out. If here and here, that means here and here. So now I have 4 here, 4 here, 4 here. That's our 4 dark, which means that and that. That's our 4 dark, which means that and that and that. And this is extra illegal. All right, cool. Does this finish anything? No? 2, 3, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 2, 3. Heck. All right, now we try the opposite side. Probably also illegal for similar reasons. 4, 4, 4, 3. That's 4 here. So light and light, which means light. This means dark. That's 4. Light and dark, illegal. Great. That means 4 here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Great. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Great. 1, 2, 3, 4. Great. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4 light. So this is dark, which means that's dark. 4 light, so that's dark. Three and 2, 3 and 2, 2 and 2, 3 and 2, 2 and 2, 2 and 2, 2 and 1, 2 and 1. All right, cool. This could go light all the way down. It can't connect down to here, but that's too many light cells anyway. So it could be light. This is all pretty flexible, actually. We'll probably figure this out once we get the rest of this. So let's get the rest of this. In what way do we begin getting the rest of this? 2 light, 2 light, 3 light. So this can't be light, light, because that would be too many lights. So it has to be dark, dark, which means this is light. That's a start. It's 3, 3, and 2. Once more to paint. So if this is dark down here, right? Like dark, dark to seal this off. That's now 4 dark. So light, light. Which this is now 4 light. So dark, dark. That's now 4 dark. So light, light. Two, three, 4 dark here. So light, light. Which is illegal. Three and three, 3 and 3. Can this be light? If this is light, if this connects, yeah, it's illegal, so that has to be like that. And that connects there. That's 4, so this is light. That's 4 light, so this is dark and dark. That's 4 dark, so this is light. 3 and 2, 3 and 3. 4 dark, light, light. 2, 3, that's 4 dark, so this is light, which means that's light. 4 light. And this needs another dark. Woo! Cool! Cool, I like symmetries. I like symmetries. Those are fun. That's a good time. Alright, what do you have to say for yourself? Huh? Don't make this pattern. That pattern? Alright, I won't make that pattern. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, once I get any dark, I can start requiring lights. So this is the best place to start. If we imagine that this is dark, that means per this rule, light, 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 a chess move away, right? A knight's move away. Everything a knight's move away is light. Which means that this 5 now has to be dark the whole way through. So now knight's moves. Also here. This is a 2, so that requires this. And this 1 is screwed. Okay, so if this is dark, this 1 is screwed. Alright, great. Any dark in this column restricts the 5. No, not the edges. Any other dark in this column. There are 2 dark in this column. And they cannot be positioned such that they block off 4 squares in this column. Because then that would be illegal. So they need to either share a knight's move or be against a wall. They could both be against a wall. I don't know. Um, if they share a knight's move, they cannot be here and here. That shares a knight's move for the 4, but overly restricts the 5. So actually, a dark cell here restricts that and that, which means no other cell here could be dark? This could be dark. Here and here exactly, which works for the 4. Likewise, here and here also works for the 4. Woof. Oh, this is far more serious business than I expected. All right. In order to allow for room for the 2, the 5s need to be positioned in some kind of way, right? And it can't be 5 in a row. So how do the 5s need to position themselves in order to leave room for 2 cells in the next column? Like, this restricts this. This restricts here and here. If these 3 cells are all filled in, then the 2s can't go anywhere. If these 3 cells are all filled in, that blocks these 3 and these 3, leaving exactly that. So that's not going to work. These can't all 3 be filled in. Is that helpful? Not yet. Not yet. Soon. Um... Hmm. Man, I got this one and I felt really good about it. And now we're stalled. Let's start, like... I guess we'll just start doing hypotheticals for the rest of this column, because that seems really restrictive on other stuff. So, like... if we do dark here, right? That means light, 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 light. Which means dark the rest of the way on 5s. Which means... there. And this one is there, there, and there. And this one is there, and there, and there. So our 2s are exactly here and here. Which means the 1 is resolved. And this needs that and that clear, which is illegal. Next cell. If this is dark, I hate this. Light, 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 light. Which again restricts the 5 completely. You get that and that. You get that. You get that. You get that and that and that. You get that and that. So that's our 2 now. Also, the 1 is handled. That blocks that. That blocks that. And the 4 is open. Oh, this 2 is resolved. The 4 is exactly this. You go here, 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 there. You go here, 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 and here. You, here, here, here. And this 4 is very illegal. Okay. Nope. Next cell. I think it's going to be like this the whole way down until the edge. Until we put this in a place where it's not restricting the 5 completely. That's not what I meant. This goes... I guess that goes there anyway. Goes there, 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 there. This goes 1, 2, 3, 4. This goes 1, 2. The 2 is now illegal. Love that. Alright, so there and there. There, there, and there. 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 Here. 1, 2, and here. The 2 is now illegal. Great. Keep on trying. Eventually it'll work. Dark here means no here, 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 and here, which actually leaves the 5 open. Worrisome. This is insufficiently restrictive. So we gotta find something else that's more restrictive. I guess let's try some of the 2s. So like here restricts that and that. In addition to these. Which means doing that. Oh, okay. Here means this is fully restricted. And then also here, here, and here. Here goes there, 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 there. Here goes there, 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 there. There. Here. There, there, there. This is handled. So this is a 2 now. There, there. The 4 is now illegal. Yes? Yes, the 4 is now illegal. Great. One of these days, I'll find one that doesn't cause issues, and I'll be able to place a dark cell. And that'll just solve the puzzle completely. The moment I place a single dark cell, this whole puzzle is solved. What about this one? It means light and light there. You go here, here, and here. You. There. You there, which means that. You also mean that. You mean that, and that means this has to be exactly 1, 2, 3, and 4. Also, this is fully resolved. You get that, and that. You get that, that. And you have too many dark cells in this row. Nope. Next cell. God. What a system. There's got to be a better way to do this. There's got to be a better way to do this. Two, three, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There, which means our 4 is exactly. So this is covered. Here and here for this one. You, here, 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 here. Here, 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 here. You, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Great. This is also a 4? Not with this layout. Okay, these 4s being right next to each other is actually really restrictive. I think it means that it needs to be like 1, 2, 3, 4. Also, this is, we can just mark this off now. I think it means that we need to do like this. Like, just actually need to do exactly this. Because, like, if this is here... Yeah, it's illegal. In fact, does any pair of dark cells next to each other in the 4 screw things up? I think so. I think any pair of dark cells next to each other screws things up, right? Because if these two are here, that means this is illegal, and this is illegal, and this is illegal, and this is illegal. So any pair that is not adjacent to the wall is illegal. Is this fine? That means this, and also this and this. Which means dark, 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 dark. Which means that's not going to work. Okay, yeah. So they just can't be adjacent to each other. So yeah, they have to be exactly this. Now this has a 2. This has exactly this. This has to be exactly this 5. 3 is 3. 3 is 3. And this needs to be that. Okay. So I just needed to think about the way the 4s were next to each other instead of doing all of this hypothetical garbage. But, you know, that's cool. Got you. Can't believe the wall ends at knee height. These stupid mazes. Alright, let's finish whatever it is we're doing over here. That's good. And then we'll go into the central area. I want to do the smaller puzzle before I do the bigger puzzle. Wait a minute. How do I get to that 4? Do I have to go in from the outside? Is that open and I just missed it? I think that's open and I just missed it. Okay. Yes. Yeah. It's open and I just missed it. Okay, fine. Oh! And no dark cells next to each other. Okay. Cool. So this can't be light because it would require 4 dark cells next to each other. So this has to be dark, which means light all around it and also like that. Dark cells here can't touch each other, so like that. Which means this requires 2 dark cells, and this has to be one of them. Connect all light cells. Okay, that's cool. Connect all light cells, huh? For this to be light, all 3 of these would need to be dark. So this needs to be dark. For this to be light, both of these would need to be dark. So this also needs to be dark. This now can't be dark, so it needs to be light. For this to be light, dark and dark would work. Oh, this needs to be light anyway because of this 3. Cool. All right, now the 1 star. Great. Great. All right, don't make a 2x2. So these can't both be light. That's good. That's fine. I love that. Can they both be dark? If they're both dark, all of this is all light. Which means we have to go 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Which actually does work. Yeah, okay. I think I see the owl. Other way around. And then it has to connect. Dark cells can't touch each other. I love that. I love that. So this can't be light. This has to be, because if this is light, a dark cell will touch each other. This has to be dark. Same here. If this is light, no, dark, dark, dark. That does actually work. So this needs 2 more light cells here. And these 2 have to be opposite. So this has to be both light and dark. So this has to be light. Now we gotta figure this out. It's either light and dark or dark and light. This needs 2 dark cells. Connect all light cells is cool. This needs 2 dark cells. 1 and 1. 1 and 1. Or all the way across. One of these 2 has to be dark. Just like one of these 2 has to be dark. So they have to make a checkerboard. Which means it cannot be dark and dark. because that would seal off a light. So it needs to be dark and dark. This can't be dark now, so it has to be light. This cannot be light, because two darks next to each other, so this needs to be dark. If this is dark, these both would need to be dark, so this needs to be light. If this is light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, that works. If this is dark, we need 3 lights here, and this can't be one of them. Why can't it be one of them? It can be one of them. I don't see the problem. Anyway, one of these two is dark. What if these are both dark? Light, 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 dark. Light, 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 dark. And if they're both light, then it's an exact arrangement, right? Dark, dark, light, dark. If they're both dark, dark, dark. Then this is light, and one of these two are dark. There's one of these arrangements that work and one that doesn't. Let's find out which one. If this is light, then we have to do exactly like this. And you need that. And that needs to be light. Is there a problem? There is a problem. Cool. Does this need to be light? If this is light, there needs to be 2 dark here and 1 light, which works. If this is dark, there needs to be 2 light here and 1 dark, which works. Heck! One of these two is dark, the other is light. If this is dark, if this is dark, light, light, this can't be dark, this has to be light, which means this has to be dark and light. If this is dark, light, light, still works either way. What am I missing? I feel like there should be something obvious that makes this work. One of these two is dark, which means one of these two is light. Which means one of these two is light. Could these both be light? If these are both light, these are both dark. No. So one of these two is light, and one of these two is dark. You have a light and a dark here, and a light and a dark here. And it cannot be dark, dark. So it's got to be dark, dark. There we go. All right, are we ready for 5s? Are we ready for 5s? Maybe. Maybe. Only one way to find out. Oh boy. All dark regions have area 3. Area 3. Yo, Garrett, thank you so much for the continued support. Welcome back to the Adventuring Party. That's worth a button press. I agree. What a great button. I would love it if more people pressed that button. 4. If this is light, we could have darks separated. We can't have all the darks touching. 2 and 2 or 3 and 1. Yeah, I think this is where we start because of the darts pointing at each other. Alright, if this is dark, and this is dark, then light, light. And also the rest of these have to be light. Which doesn't work. So if this is dark, this has to be light. And then what? We're just gonna start this off here, I think. Alright, if this is dark, this has to be light. And now three more of these need to be light. Can this be light? Would have to be one of these two is dark and this is dark. Can this be dark? All right, if this is light, then one of these two have to be dark. And also this has to be dark. And if this is dark, then there's some number of lights up here, but regardless, this is light. Because there is one dark cell allowed here. Could be this one, actually. Dark. Light, light. No, if this is the dark cell, this has to be light. Those are the two. So this has to be light also. Yeah, dark, light. Actually, dark, light means that this has to be light, light, which doesn't work. So this has to be light. One of these two is dark and light. If this is dark, we have to go one of these. This has to be light, so this has to be dark. If this is light, this has to be dark, so this has to be dark. Oh, so regardless, this has to be dark in this situation. Because of this one, this has to be light no matter what. Because you have to have pairs in the corner. So that's dark here, which means this has to be light and light and light. Yeah, the ones in the corner means it has to be paired off. Which is very interesting. That's a cool thing to have figured out. Like, if this is dark, both of these have to be light. So this has to be light, no matter what. Fascinating. Same here. This has to be light no matter what. Because I can't have one dark cell surrounded by light cells, because dark regions have area 3. Neat. Anyway, back to this. Can I do anything with that directly? Not really. Oh, if those have to be light, then these have to be dark. Because of the ones. whatever color the ones are, that has to be arranged in this way. So this is either dark light or light dark, and both work. This is either dark dark or light dark. So this is dark regardless, which means this has to be dark because area 3. Actually, that's also interesting. Whichever one this one is, this has to be different because of the 2. So these two are paired. One light, one dark. Interesting. What can I do with that? Nothing at the moment. This also, like 2 and 2, right? So these 4 have to be 2 light, 2 dark, no matter what color this is. None of the other 2s are positioned in that range. Oh, this 3 is the same thing. This has to be 3 light, 3 dark across here, no matter what. Same with this 3 light, 3 dark, no matter what. Interesting. One of these 2 is dark, so this has to be light. This has to be dark, so this has to be light and light. This cannot be dark. This has to be light, so these have to be dark and dark. In this particular situation. This looks legit, though. If this is dark, that's a lot of dark cells here. In this situation, if this is dark, this would have to be light. We have dark, 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 which is very illegal. This has to be light, I think. And then these 2 is either dark here or dark here. This now cannot be dark. Must be light. So dark, dark means that's light. That's dark. That's 3 dark, so the rest of these need to be light because of the 3. That's 3 light here. The rest of these need to be dark because of the 3. I suspect I'm going to get the owl from this assumption. This really looks like it's going to shape up. One of these 2 is dark, which will satisfy the 1, so these have to both be light. These need another dark, so that has to be dark here. That needs to be a 3. This now needs to be light, which means dark, dark, and dark here, and one of these 2. In fact, this, exactly. That needs to be dark, dark, so this needs to be light. And this looks like a solution? That 1 is handled, this 1 is handled, this 4 is handled, this 2 is handled, this 2 is handled, this 1 is correct, this 1 is correct, this 2 is correct, this 2 is correct, this 3 is correct, this 2 is correct, this 3 is correct, this 1 is correct, This 2 is correct. This 2 is correct. This 3 is correct. All right, and then let's make sure all of the dark cells are exactly 3. Yeah, that works. Nice. Now I gotta tab back and forth in order to get this going. It's 2 here. 2 here, there. This is there. Neat. Alright, let's do it again. Oh boy. Exactly 1 symbol per light area. That's it. That's it. That's all we got. Huh. Okay. All right, so we're going to start this off using red and blue. Because I don't know which color is going to be which. But this one has to be red. This one has to be blue. They can't be the same. I guess we don't know which they have to be. So marking them as red and blue. Like, these 2 can't be the same. These 2 can't be the same. These 2 can't be the same. These 3 can't be the same, right? Like, they can't be adjacent to another thing. I guess 3 dark could be adjacent to each other, actually. Right? These could just both be dark, and that would be legal? Oh, no. Whatever this is, both of these are the... Okay. So we can start here, actually. Because whatever this is, both of these are the other. It doesn't matter what this is. Both of these are the other. Which means, if this is light, this can't be light. But if this is dark, this can. Ah! These 2 need to be opposite. These 2 need to be opposite. But I don't know if the red-blue is correct compared to this red-blue. What a mess. You love the game of find the best break-in. Yeah, it's wild. This is really wild. Oh, here it is. The 3. The 3. Okay, great. We figured it out. So this 3 cannot be dark, because then these 3 would have to be light. So it has to be like this. All right, great. Which means this has to be light. That's fine. Whatever this is, this has to be light. And now we have some color. Now we have at least a little bit of color. One of these is dark. 2 are light. That's fine. 1 light here. The rest is dark. Wild. Exactly 1 symbol per light area means this has to come out. Exactly 1. Not no more than 1. Exactly 1. Remember how this rule works. If an area doesn't have a symbol, it needs to find a symbol. You don't just need to separate the symbols, you need to make sure that areas without symbols get symbols too. Always forget that part of the rule. Alright, now what? Is there an arrangement that allows this to be white? Maybe. If this is light, this has to be dark. They can't touch. This has to be dark. And now, we cannot have these two be light. So this needs to be light, and one of these two needs to be dark. Which is kind of already the same situation that we were in. This 2 means that these two have to be opposite. Oh. Never mind all of that. This 2 here means we have light and dark. This also needs to be exactly light and dark, no matter what this is, which means this has its light. These all need to be dark. I don't know that this changes much, but that is something that needs to be on the board. Can these both be light? If these are both light, this needs to be dark. This can't be light, though. This needs to be dark also, which means we have light, dark. These can't both be light. Because if these were both light, this would have to be dark, this would have to be light, and that would be a light trapped without a symbol. Which, as we all know, illegal. These are either both dark or both light, and this has to be the opposite. So either too light and a dark, or too dark and a light. This is 4 light here? Jeez. I think this needs to be light. Because if this were dark, there would be one single light cell in here trapped without a symbol. So this needs to be light. So this needs to be dark. Kind of progress. Can this be light? If this is light, these three... Can this be dark, actually, is the real question. Because if this is dark, we need 3 light here? No, we need 1 light here. Wait, other way around. If this is light, we have the dark. So the rest of this would need to be light, which joins these. So this can't be light. This has to be dark. Baby steps. 1 step forward at a time. This grid arrangement reminds me of something. And I'm not sure if it's something that's pixel art or if it's something from the Game of Life. I want to say it's like a pixel art whip upgrade from Castlevania 1. This particular arrangement. So specific. These are the things that my mind thinks about. This is the kind of garbage that fills my head. Did I figure this out? Can this be dark? Can this be light? Yes. I think it's not figured out yet. The emotion that 9 pixels can evoke. True. Alright, this is 1 dark and 2 light. It can't be this one, because that would seal off the light. Can't be this one, because that would seal off the light. So it's got to be that. Exactly 1 symbol per light area. Man. Ooh. So these could all 3 of them be dark. No. These 2 have to be opposite. So there is at least 1 light among these 3. Maybe 2. Unclear. If this is dark, the rest of this is dark. If this is light, get 2 dark out of here. Exactly 1 light out of these 3, and the rest are dark. All right, let's start playing with hypotheticals. This is dark. We have light and light, which resolves this, so this is dark, which resolves this. Now this light needs to find something. There. This needs to be dark now. This light still needs to find something. There. Illegal. Wait, what? You gotta do something wrong. Ah, I did do something wrong. I did something very wrong. If this is light, that means dark and then light, which is illegal. There we go. That's the trick I was looking for. Okay, now this can't be... This can no longer be light, so this has to be dark, which means this has to be dark. Which means this has to be light, because if this were dark, there's not enough. Cool. Cool. This can no longer be dark. Has to be light. These cannot talk to each other. This cannot be that same. So that has to be that. Yo, we're getting there. We're making it happen. The 4 light cells cannot be these 3. So it cannot be dark at either edge. One of these 3. Now it can't be here. So one of these 2 needs to be the dark. This could still be anything, but whatever it is, all 3 of these are the same. These 2 have to be opposite. This could still be anything. This could still be anything. This could still be anything. This can't be light. these two have to be opposite. And this could still be anything. Whatever this is, these two are opposite. So if this is light, we have dark, dark. And if this is dark, we have light, light. So whatever this is, it's the same as this. These two are the same. This can't be light, dark. It's coming together. This needs to come out to here. That does not necessarily need to connect. This might connect to that. This has its two darks, so the rest are light. These can't connect. These can't connect. Whew, buddy. What a struggle. Came together, though. Alright, now we get all the ones on the outside. Hup! So what's the deal with you? Are you part of a puzzle? No, you've sunk in from a puzzle above, is what is your deal. Doesn't seem to be anything out here. So let's just go for the ones in the middle. I think that's all that's left. That's all that's left. Oh, and they're all pattern grids. I hate these. The hard pattern grids just wreck me. I never know what pattern they're talking about. Like, what is going on here, honestly? Is it an actual pattern? I guess it's an actual pattern, right? This and this appears to match up. 2. I don't know where this comes. I guess that's this. Yeah. 1 2 2 2 1 1 1 1 2 2 1 1 1 1. No, that doesn't line up the right way. 1 2 2 1 1 1 1 2 2 1 1. So that would imply 2 2 1 1. Right? And that would then imply 2 1 1, which is not the case. Oh, because it's offset by 1. It's offset by 1. So it's 1 2 2 2 2 1 1. And then it's 2 2 1 1. Yes. That does work. And then this starts here. Cool. I don't know that I have it in me to love pattern puzzles. But I'm doing okay with this so far. But it doesn't look like they are continuing the theme. It's just another pattern puzzle. I'm ready to be mad. Yeah, I am fully ready to be mad. Let's not start with that one. Let's go to this one instead. Eh? What? What am I supposed to do with this? Oh, God. Like, this doesn't look like anything. It doesn't feel like anything. It doesn't seem to... There's... Where is there any kind of pattern here? It's not even like a Queen's puzzle or anything. It's just these... There's dots. There's dots somewhere. I don't know. Here and here. I was wrong. Why is that wrong? I don't know. Two, four. Oh, wait. 2, 4. Is that 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There we go. I found the pattern. It's all dumb until you see the pattern. Still kind of dumb even after you see the pattern. Good call. Yeah, I still have that one 2-star pattern that's in the middle of the pyramid that I haven't come back to, and I don't know what to do with that. I don't know that I will ever come back to that. It is some garbage. I'm fully expect this to also be some garbage. Maybe we'll just stare at this for another hour and then end the stream mad. That sounds like a great plan. Like, you either just see it or you never see it, right? That's how it seemed to me. One, two, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3. Nope. Nope. It's not the same. 4. Because, like, you get these, like, long stretches of whites here. Well, I guess I don't know how many darks are filling in, but... It sure seems like there's more dark here and less dark here. It's not Fibonacci. I was almost like, oh, 1, 1, 2. Maybe that's a 3. It's not a 3. 1, 1, 2, 2. Doesn't work. 1, 2, 1, 1. I am not muted. Get out of here. How dare you? I was briefly muted, but I am no longer muted. Fuck the British Day Wild. You're not wrong. Yeah, I don't know where to go with this, other than just mash Foresight until I figure it out. Higgs boson day? Sure. Hmm. There's a lot of light over here, and I'm not sure what to make of that. Post Dave the Diver depression. I understand. There's so much content in that game that you finally run out, and it's like, well, now what? There's got to be more to do, right? I could get back into the game and do more, and you can just go like do restaurant stuff, but it's definitely not as fulfilling. There's probably DLC you don't have. I think that's true. I think there's DLC I don't have, so there's probably DLC that you don't have, although you did get it more recently. Maybe you just didn't get the DLC. Is the Godzilla DLC something like that? I don't remember what the DLC is about. One two one, 1 2, 1 1, 1 1, 3 1, 1 1 3 1, 1 1 3 1, 5 1. This 2. What is this 2 about? Yeah, you have mentioned the Oxygen Not Included DLC. That does sound interesting if I want to get back into Oxygen Not Included. I was thinking about jumping back into Timberborn because they've had enough updates that it sounds like it might be interesting to see what the end game kind of stuff looks like. But maybe I just want to get, put another 100 hours into Oxygen Not Included instead. That would be completely valid. One one 3 1, 1 1 3 1, 1 1 3 1 5 1. I don't know what this 1 2 at the beginning is though, so it doesn't. It like trying to count that way doesn't make sense because there's no other 2s. Could be like 1 1 3 1 5 1 again, but no, that's not it. 1 3 3. You start with way more food and metal available, but the ambient air temperature is 32 degrees. Oh, jeez. Okay, yeah, yeah. A lot of the plants need to be at like 14 or lower, so that is wild. 200 cycles to destroy an asteroid. That's pretty neat. That's a pretty neat scenario. Yeah, I should probably try it. It sounds like fun. It's all these like single. If I'm counting horizontally, which maybe I am, maybe I amn't. It's all these single darks, except for the 2 right at the start, and I don't know what to make of that. Maybe I am not counting horizontally. Maybe I'm counting vertically, and then I'm even more at a loss with this long break here. Or maybe it is unrelated to counting at all. Nonsense. Everything is counting. Everything is math. The blaster you use to do it is on the surface, but to make the ammo for it requires petroleum. Well, you gotta do a lot of digging then. Jeez. All right, Garrett. What is your baby hint? I will take a baby hint, I suppose. Because I'm really at a loss, and I think I am not in the right headspace to figure out something new after the amount of time that I have currently stared at this. Seems like I'm not going to get there, much like the one in the middle of the pyramid that I've already skipped. So, might as well take the hint, I suppose. Better way to phrase my answer to the last puzzle that will help with this puzzle. That's interesting. Because this puzzle and this puzzle appear to be unrelated. So why would I expect this puzzle and this puzzle to be related at all? I think the 5-dot puzzle is related. It's a pattern that shifts, but it wraps. That's not anywhere near the same as just counting. What are you talking about? Like, it would make sense that it would be related. It's a 5-dot and then a 2-star and then a 5-star all right next to each other. I agree that they should be related. I cannot see a way in which this puzzle is related to this puzzle. In the slightest. I don't know how you frame that in such a way that the increasing count of white cells is related to a 2-row pattern that shifts. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. You weren't talking about the 5-dot puzzle at all. When you said that the 5-dot puzzle is related, you weren't talking about the 5-dot puzzle? Did you typo 5-star? So when you said 5-dot, was that a typo? Is that... Yes, in the first message you said that 2-star will help with the 5-star. Right. given that the 5 dot and the 2 star... Okay, so there's 3 puzzles here of escalating difficulty. It makes sense that all 3 of them would be related. This puzzle is completely unrelated to this puzzle. I don't see any way in which puzzle 1 is related to puzzle 2, which makes me think that there is no reason for puzzle 2 to be related to puzzle 3. That's where I'm at on this. I couldn't see any connection between puzzle 1 and puzzle 2, so I don't know why I would assume that puzzle 2 and puzzle 3 are related. Even though it does make sense for all 3 of the puzzles to be related. So I don't understand. I don't understand is what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't understand. I'm saying I very do not understand. Some crops that require pollination. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's a neat new mechanic for ONI. I guess this is implying 1-0. So if this is 1-0, then this is 1-1. 1-0-1, 1-3-1, 3-1, 3-5, 1-0-1, 1-3-1, 3-1, 3-5, 3-1, 3-1. Okay, I suspect I am onto something with thinking of this as 0 whites as opposed to 2 dark adjacent to each other. Mildly irritating that it doesn't start with a dark, but this could be 1-0. One zero one one three 1-3 1-3-5. There's no 2s here. I keep expecting it to be Fibonacci, and it's not. Maybe this is... One, 3, 5, 8, 1, 3. I don't know. I don't think it can be just 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Keep expecting it to be Fibonacci, and it's not. The white cells are not the important ones. How dare you? Implying the white cells are just separators? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 5, 7. 1, 3, 7, 9. 3, 9. 1, 3, 7. This is not coming together in any kind of way that makes sense to me. I'm just not gonna do it. It's fine. I have abandoned one pattern puzzle before. I will abandon another pattern puzzle, and it's fine. And I just won't do it. And I will live my life happily, not needing to figure this out. Ah! Everything is wrong. Oh. What are you? Oh, okay. Okay. All right then. Wow. Wow. Okay, whatever this is, all of these are the same. Late 90s adventure games somehow. Yeah, the Crystal Maze stuff is definitely going to be reminiscent of some weird adventure games for sure. This pairing is very interesting to me. Because whatever this is, we're just going to take this to paint again. Whatever this is, this has to be the entirely opposite. Which means the rest of these also have to be that opposite. And in fact, if this is dark, this then has to be light, and this has to be dark. One of these has to be dark, one of these has to be light. That's interesting. Because this dark needs to get through to connect, right? This needs to also then be dark. Which means this has to be dark. If this is dark, which, I mean, I can start with this assumption. I'm not sure that it's real, but I can start with this assumption. You had a TV show called The Crystal Maze? That doesn't sound familiar, but yeah. One more of these can be light, and then this needs to be dark. Oh, that needs to connect then. So this needs to be light. And this needs to be dark. And this needs to be light. And this needs to be dark. And most of this is light. If these are both light, that's a problem. Because then this is dark. And then this needs to cross over, and this needs to cross over. So these can't both be light. In fact, I'm not sure that this can be light. This is light and this is dark. I guess it could connect down. And that's fine. And then we have light, 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 and that's probably okay. Probably okay. This could still be dark or light, I think. Because if it's light, this is dark. And if it's dark, this is also dark? Yes, because this is 4. So whatever this is, this needs to be dark. In this scenario where I am starting with dark in the center. Why are we playing Go? Good question. Next question. If this is dark, then all the rest of this is light. That's illegal. So this has to be dark. And this has to be light. This has to be dark. And this has to be dark. So the rest of this has to be light. This can be dark. Now this has to be light. This has to be dark. This has its 2, so this has to be light, and this has to be dark. Cool, yeah, this is all coming together, actually. This is all connecting. If this is dark, we have to have a lot of light down here. Four of these 5. This is dark. Oh, once again, this needs to be dark here regardless of what this is because of, other way around. This needs to be light regardless of what this is. Because 4 and 4. Okay, so all the dark cells are currently connected. The question now remains is the color of these is going to dictate the rest of it. But this is working. Good starting assumption, I guess. Watch me get to the end and then it doesn't work and like, oh, this has to be the other way around. If this is dark, okay, if this is light, we have to get dark, 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 dark. Dark, dark, dark. Which is illegal, so this has to be dark. This is dark, which means we need 4 lights here. If this is dark, we'd have to be a light, light, light. Oh, that does work. And then this has to be dark because of the one that I missed earlier. Wow, this actually just works. That's so good. What else am I doing here? And this needs to connect up. Cool. And this has just been sitting here completely untouched for the entire duration of whatever it is I'm doing here. Oh, wait, there's, sky drops. Let's get those resolved. They don't need to be sitting here. Oh, that's a reflection. I saw this mess of red there, and I was like, I don't know what's going on. It's a reflection. That's what's going on. Okay, so there's this, and then there's another group of puzzles around the edge that feel like they're related. Huh? All right, don't make this pattern connect all dark cells and area numbers. Area numbers is a great start. Connect all dark cells, also a great start. And we're snaking. We're snaking. That's happening. Where am I ending, do you think? Down here? These two can't touch. I know how corner twos work. $13, eh? That's exhausting. That's now a corner two, even though it looks like a 3. Yeah, still don't know where I'm ending, but we're starting over here. Whatever this is, it needs to extend out through here. So I guess it needs to do that. Oh, we found our end. Okay, cool. So everything else needs to connect out. Like, we can figure out all of the corners and all of these intermediates. Like, this needs to do that. This needs to go off in one of those directions. This needs to connect. This needs to connect. This needs to connect through here. That needs to go through there. That sure feels like this can't... Yeah, that needs to go there. Yeah, great. This might just cut across here. Have to think about that. That is there, though. Yeah, this might just come across here, and then this cuts across there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Perfect. That looks like a 3. This is here, so it needs to come across there. That can't do that thing, so I guess it does that. Beautiful. And then that needs to come around. Hey! Well, that was... You know, I went from just, like, completely staring deadpan at the screen, not knowing what my next move is, to having all of this work together very easily to come into this, like, cohesive whole. Wow. What a great puzzle. I like the flow on that one. That was really good. Alright, where is the 1 star? Let's start with the 1 star. I guess that's here. Here is a 1. There is a 4. There's a 2. There's a 3. And the 5 is on the other side. Alongside another 2? Okay, well, we'll do this in some kind of order. Well, we'll start with this. Huh? All dark regions have area 2. Can't say I like that. All right, D and E don't need to connect to anything. C's need to connect, B's need to connect, A's need to connect. Yeah, letters really are my nemesis, it feels like. You're not wrong. All dark regions have area 2. So every connecting, every wall that separates the letters has to be like 2 and then 2, right? And then 2. Oh, that actually works. For the B, anyway. And for the A. Wait a minute. Wait a minute! Okay. Do I have an owl? What's up, Inkling? How's it going? 2. 2. 2. Now 2, and 2, and 2. And now this needs to be, I guess, 2 and 2. No. This needs to be separated from the E somehow. I think that's like that. Yeah, that looks like it comes together. Is this Wordle? Well, it turns out, no. The Devil's Scrabble. Everything about that is great. Alright, so this works. Yeah, all of the letters need to be combined with the other same letters. And separated into their own regions, separate from the other letters. Don't make this pattern, or this pattern, or this pattern, or this pattern, and connect all dark cells. Okay, connect all dark cells means this has to be light. Which means this has to be dark, which means this has to be light. Let's see, what other patterns can I avoid? Alright, no 4 in a row, no 2 by 2, and all dark cells must be connected. There has to be some dark cells here, huh? If this is light... If this is light, one of these two has to be dark. And if this is dark, it has to come out. So, at least from here on down, there has to be dark, which cannot connect there. This cannot be dark all the way across. And this can't all be light. So this needs to be dark, and this needs to be light. And this probably needs to be dark, but we're not sure yet. I mean, this is the Dark Souls of puzzle games. Presumably. I don't know what else would be the Dark Souls of puzzle games. So this is probably that. Oh, Steven's Sausage Roll is probably the Dark Souls of puzzle games. Yeah, there you go. There you go. It does have enough rolls. Even if it's not exactly dodge rolling. Alright, what other patterns can I avoid here? If this is light, this is dark. There's dark and light here in some combination. I guess they could both be dark. But that might cause problems down the road. So this is probably light. Yeah, Jewels of the Oracle keeps coming up. So one of these days, I don't remember anything about the game. One of these days, I should probably replay it. I do remember it had a very, very difficult ending puzzle, but I don't remember anything about that puzzle. This was like working. I was doing things, and then suddenly it all just stopped. How dare they? You know which one I refer to. Good, good. This cannot be too light here. So at least one of these two needs to be dark. Can they both be dark? Maybe. If this is dark down, then this has to be light. So this has to be dark here. Start running into trouble here. Alright. We're going to start doing hypotheticals. The obvious one is this one. If this is dark, this has to be light. This has to be light. This has to be light. And this has to be light. So if this is light here, this needs to come out to here. And this needs to come out to here. Which means this needs to be light, so this does need to be dark in this situation. Now we have 3 light in a row here, so this needs to be dark. This is a potential for 4 in a row, so this needs to be light. Which means we have this all sealed off here, so we have to do dark down this way to connect out. Which means this is light. And this needs to be dark here, which means this needs to be light, and then this would be trapped, so this also needs to be light. This dark needs to come out here, and then connect. Oh. Oh, no. Right at the end. Alright, so this needs to be light, which means that comes around like that. And now what? You'd think I'd have the answers, but alas. Now we send it back to paint. What if dark here? That means light here, and light here, and light here. So this now needs to come out to here. Oh, this being light is a problem. This being light means that this dark has to come all the way out to here, which is illegal. This has to be dark here. All right, next two. Don't make this pattern exactly one symbol per light area. I love that. And area numbers. So no dark cells can touch each other, huh? Dang. That's a lot to commit to. And exactly one symbol per light area is also a lot to commit to. Alright, where are we starting then? This 5 can go to here, but no further. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Something else. This 5 can go to here, but no further. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then something else. Um... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so it can reach to this square. This square doesn't have to be dark. In fact, most likely, it's going to be this 7 like that. So dark there and dark there. It's probably going to be dark cells around corners. Or in corners. Seems real easy to start with like 5, 5, 5, 5. And it's probably wrong. But it seems easy to start that way. Do we have any cells that need to be part of specific numbers? I guess if this is not dark, it needs to be part of the 7. But that can go either way. Or it could be dark. If this is dark, we have to have light up like that. If this is dark, we have to have light up like that. Yeah, okay, so from here, this can only reach the 7. It could be dark, but this one also can only reach the 7. And if this is dark, this isn't. And if this is dark, there has to be light. Okay, yeah, from here. If this is dark, there has to be light around it, right? Because you can't make dark next to each other. So that this would have to be light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can't reach the 7s. Can't be dark. This has to be light. And if this is light, it has to be part of the 7. And it can't go this way. It has to come this way. This could be dark here. And then this would be light. But it can't reach anything. So this can't be dark. This has to be light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think here also. Dark. This has to be light so that this can be dark. Because if this is light, it can't reach the 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it can't reach the 5. So this has to be light here. And that's our 7. And then this can't go up. I think this needs to reach this 5. That's the only place this can go. And then this needs to reach this 5, presumably. Nowhere else for it to go. Now this needs to reach this 5 exactly. This needs to reach this 5. There's nowhere else for it to go. Same here. Now this can go to either the 7 or the 5, so things break down here a little bit. But this needs to come out here and hits the 7, which separates that. Either across or up, but not both. I probably need to figure out this corner the same way I figured out this corner. Like, if this is dark, then this is light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Probably 7. Does that work? 7. This comes down. This goes across. And this is down here. Yeah, that works. Nice. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, I think that is going to wrap it up for the stream. There are quite a few more individual puzzles to handle in this area, but nothing that won't keep, I think. Nothing I need to, like, immediately dive into because it's part of a chain or I need to remember what I'm doing. And then we've mostly resolved this area of the pyramid. Except for that one goddamn pattern puzzle that I'm just not going to get to. We get an early Miracle Cube next stream? Oh, yeah, absolutely. How much closer to 100% completion are we? Well, these bars should tell you something about how close I am to 100% completion, which is not very. In addition, every single one of these circles can have a check mark. Or a diamond, actually. So any of these circles that don't have a diamond next to them indicates more stuff to do. Which is rather a lot. Over 50%? Probably over 50% by raw puzzle count. Yeah, I think that's right. And I'm still missing, like, how many of the mysteries? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of the mysteries haven't even revealed themselves, let alone the 2 mysteries I don't know how to solve. Those bars are just progress to the next level of that category. Yes! No, that number goes way higher. Way, way higher. If I was trying to clear out an actual zone. Way higher. Excuse me? Ah, there. Got him. And then there's also this thing, which is going to be just incredibly dramatic, I am sure. So yeah, we can finish, quote-unquote, finish off this bottom area the next time I come back to this. And then it's back to mystery hunting. Back to mystery hunting. Which will be enjoyable, I think. I think it'll be a good time. But that's going to be it for now. Pause. Take your hands off the keyboard. And cease puzzle solving. And nobody will get hurt. Yeah. So, that's it for now.